into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Morning. I'm going to try to be Teresa today and say, today is day 14 in the case of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, the second trial. And, she says good morning to everybody. So I'm going to give you all a blanket good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is the part that I hate the most. Good morning. Okay, so I got everybody the 3 filings from this morning, and I'm ready to play, but I figured you all want to go over the filings first. They mention it very first thing, but they don't really get into it, so I will share them. Share screen. No. This one. Okay. It's like not full screen. Let's see. All right. So this was filed by Hank. Do you want me to read it? Yes. Okay. So this is the Commonwealth's motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay under the guise of a Bowden defense. Evidence that certain tests were not conducted, that certain police procedures were not followed, or that certain information known to the police about another suspect was not investigated in circumstances in which it was reasonable to expect that the police should have conducted such tests, followed such procedures, or investigated such information is admissible. However, a defendant does not have an unfettered right to elicit evidence regarding the adequacy of the police investigation. The admissibility of such evidence hinges first and foremost on its relevance. And then he cites all these things. Judge properly exercised discretion to exclude third-party culprit evidence as part of a Bowden defense, where defense counsel's proffer did not demonstrate that the probative weight of the Bowden evidence exceeded the risk of unfair prejudice. While Bowden preserves a defendant's right to attack the adequacy of the police investigation, that attack is still constrained by the rules of evidence. Nothing in the Bowden case authorizes a defendant to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. The defense's attempt to elicit inadmissible hearsay under the guise of a Bowden defense is improper. The defense has failed to establish that certain information, particularly confidential materials provided by the United States Attorney's Office in February 2024, were known to Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, or that in these circumstances it would have been reasonable for police to investigate such information. And he has a footnote. Sergeant Buchanan was not party to the federal protective order nor the confidential materials. Further, he was sequestered during the first and current trial. Yeah, okay. For example, the federal government's decision to obtain cell phone records of an investigator and civilians does not fall within the parameters of Bowdoin, especially when there has never been a showing that those cell phone records were material and relevant to the investigation. And another footnote. The defense previously filed a Rule 17 motions for access to Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, Kenneth Berkowitz, and Michael Proctor's cell phone records, which were denied due to lack of evidence or materiality. Okay. Under Bowdoin, it must be reasonable to expect that police should have followed certain procedures or investigated such information to be admissible. The questions repeatedly proffered by the defense are an improper attempt to admit otherwise inadmissible evidence. Evidence admitted pursuant to a Bowdoin defense is not hearsay because it is not offered to show the truth of the matter asserted, rather that the information was provided to police is information that the testifying witness has personal knowledge of, and yet that information was not adequately investigated. Such evidence that police failed to investigate leads concerning another suspect must have been known to law enforcement at the time. Bowdoin does not permit the defendant to ask questions without proper foundation or questions that are replete of unauthenticated, inadmissible hearsay solely to infect the jury with speculative claims that the defense has continually failed to establish. Similarly, if the defense intends to claim that police lost or destroyed evidence, the defense bears the initial burden to establish a reasonable possibility based on concrete evidence rather than a fertile imagination that access to the evidence would have produced evidence favorable to his or her cause. If the defendant meets that burden, the trial judge must weigh the culpability of the Commonwealth, the materiality of the evidence, and the potential prejudice to the defendant. Given the defense strategy to ask repeated, improper, and argumentative questions, a curative instruction is insufficient. Therefore, the Commonwealth requests a voir dire hearing of Sergeant Buchanan for the court to determine whether the areas of the defendant's proffer of Bowdoin evidence is admissible before evidence and argument is made to the jury. And he respectfully signs it, Spanky. 690. Commonwealth's motion to introduce additional evidence of the nature of the defendant and victim's relationship. I just want to preface by saying, remember, the defense brought up like the Aruba stuff pre-trial, and it kind of got thrown to the wayside because Spanky said that he had no intention of bringing the Aruba girls in, the Sullivan sisters. The Commonwealth moves to admit testimony through percipient witnesses who observed the defendant and victim's volatile and hostile relationship as it existed at the time of the victim's death. All right, Spanky. 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victim for speaking to a female friend who was in their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. I don't know if she did that. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident as well as to the statements of the defendant in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of a defendant's prior bad acts may be admissible to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern of operation, or common scheme or course of conduct, as long as the probative value of the evidence is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice. The determination to admit such evidence based on timelines, place, character, or probative value is one for the trial judge to make and will be reversed on review only if palpably wrong. Evidence of the, quote, Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of text messages between the defendant and Brian Higgins, thus opening the door for the Commonwealth to rebut the defendant's misleading and inaccurate claims about what had occurred weeks prior in Aruba. This incident in Aruba seems to also be the turning point in the relationship, as the defendant told Brian Higgins that her relationship with the victim was a very fucked up situation, and she had observed the victim all over a friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel and accused the victim of having hooked up with another girl while in Aruba. In the January 29th, 2022 voicemails previously entered into evidence, the defendant screams at the victim for apparently fucking another girl and repeatedly refers to the victim as a pervert. There has also been evidence that prior to arriving at 34 Fairview Road, there was a reference to a woman the victim used to date. The defendant proffered the entirety of the text messages between herself and Brian Higgins, including the defendant's admissions about her feelings toward the victim and the nature of their relationship. The evidence proffered by the defendant also demonstrated a continuing animosity in the weeks and days prior to the victim's death. The jury should be permitted to hear from the witnesses of this Aruba incident, who will rebut the characterizations made by the defendant to Brian Higgins. Such testimony would be offered through Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Erin O'Keefe, and juvenile Kaylee. So John's niece, he's bringing in now on the Aruba incident too. So didn't have Erin O'Keefe or any of these people come up about how John was prior to his death, but we'll bring them in to show of some ridiculous thing that happened on vacation. Evidence of a hostile relationship that tends to explain the purpose of a crime is relevant to the issue of malice or intent. He's getting desperate. In a domestic violence homicide, which is clearly not what we have, evidence such as that is ridiculous. Evidence such as prior disputes are relevant to show the volatile nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in the weeks and months preceding the murder, and to explain the defendant's intent and state of mind toward the victim. Evidence of a domestic dispute at defendant's apartment. This here in these parentheses is about this case. None of these, in my opinion, I'm not even going to read them. These are offensive to actual domestic violence survivors. Yeah, absolutely not. He can fuck right off with this. Moreover, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule calls for evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Evidence of the defendant's prior conduct is permissible and highly probative to show the defendant's state of mind, to show the defendant's motive, to show the defendant's common pattern of behavior toward the victim, in particular, as demonstrated by previously admitted evidence that the defendant would become enraged and accuse the victim of cheating on her, and the nature of the defendant and victim's relationship. Massachusetts courts have repeatedly admitted evidence of prior bad acts to demonstrate a hostile relationship between the defendant and the victim because this hostility is relevant to the defendant's motive to harm or kill the victim. So this is about this case. A murder victim's intent to end a romantic relationship is material to the defendant's motive for killing the victim. The admission of such evidence for the purpose of illuminating a pattern or course of conduct by the defendant is proper. The Commonwealth is entitled to present as full a picture as possible of the events surrounding the incident. Where the defendant has opened the door, it is especially significant for the jury to understand that it was the defendant who repeatedly refused to accept the victim's desire to terminate their relationship. The defendant made repeated hostile accusations that the victim was having an affair and that there was an established pattern of hostility occurring in the weeks and days preceding the murder. For all the above mentioned reasons, prior misconduct and evidence of domestic violence should be admissible at trial. That is so gross. Really, really gross. And this is the defendant's response to the first one that we read, the motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay under the guise of a Bowdoin defense. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, and files the instant opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay under the guise of a Bowdoin defense. The Commonwealth seeks to undermine Ms. Reed's right to confront her accusers and to cross-examine witnesses, a right conferred both by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. Massachusetts Rule of Evidence gives the right practical effect, allowing questions on cross-examination on any matter relevant to any issue in the case, including credibility and matters not elicited during direct examination. The only requirement is that questions are asked on a reasonable and good faith basis, regardless of whether the party intends to offer, that's the word I don't like, substantive. I hate that word. I hope that's the only time it's in here. Evidence of the statements at trial. Questions do not need to be based on admissible evidence, though they may be curtailed when a witness makes continual and repeated denials. Other limits to the scope of cross-examination are harassment, prejudice, confusion of the issues, the witness's safety, or interrogation that is repetitive or only marginally relevant. Vague suggestions of racial, ethnic, or religious prejudices without any support are impermissible. Yeah, fuck that word, Joanna. Limits, however, do not include instances where the defense seeks to elicit testimony from a witness about the adequacy of police investigation. Such testimony is explicitly protected under Commonwealth v. Bowden and all these other things. Testimony elicited in support of Ms. Reed's Bowden defense does not have the effect of harassing the witness or confusing the jury, nor are the questions marginally relevant. Rather, questions on cross-examination about an investigator's knowledge of the very investigation he was conducting is highly relevant. The testimony Ms. Reed seeks to elicit in support of a Bowden defense is inherently not hearsay and is admissible. Defendants have the right to base their defense on the failure of police adequately to investigate a murder in order to raise the issue of reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt in the minds of the jury. Specifically, Ms. Reed is permitted to offer evidence regarding a third-party culprit whose existence was known to the police but whose potential involvement was never investigated. Then they bring up this case. We don't need to read that. Evidence offered in support of a Bowden defense is not hearsay testimony. It is not offered for its truth. Because any statements introduced as part of such a defense are offered not for their truth, but to prove that the police did not take reasonable steps to investigate, those statements are not hearsay. Just because the same testimony is offered for its truth would be inadmissible hearsay does not mean that it must be excluded. In fact, various cases recognize instances where testimony may be offered for a purpose of a Bowden defense, but not for a third-party culprit defense. By definition, questions about Buchanan's investigative knowledge are not hearsay. The testimony elicited from these questions go to his knowledge, understanding of the investigation as it was unfolding, not to its inherent truth. The Commonwealth's motion recognizes that questions about an investigator's knowledge under a Bowden defense are not hearsay, however, proceeds to suggest that answers to questions to this effect are inadmissible hearsay. The Commonwealth's motion goes on to accuse the defense of asking repeated, improper, and argumentative questions, and yet does not offer one example of such questions. Were the Commonwealth's motion granted, it would effectively put gut Ms. Reed's ability to offer a Bowden defense by erroneously classifying the very questions and testimony that compose a Bowden defense as hearsay. The Commonwealth is correct that it must be reasonable to expect that police should have followed certain procedures or investigated such information to be admissible. The Commonwealth fails, however, to explain what precisely is unreasonable about the defense raising alternate suspects that state police chose not to investigate, despite being aware of their potential motives and opportunities to commit the crime that Ms. Reed is accused of. The Commonwealth states that the defense's questions thus far have been improper and yet provides not one example of such improper testimony. It is true that evidence offered for a Bowden defense must be relevant and more probative than unduly prejudicial. Here, the Commonwealth makes the bare suggestion that testimony about Buchanan's knowledge of other potential suspects is irrelevant. However, it is unclear how a key investigator's understanding of the investigation could be anything other than relevant. Further, it is worth noting that all evidence or testimony proffered by one party will be prejudicial to the other. The key question is whether the testimony in question is unfairly prejudicial. Here, it is unclear how such testimony would be unfairly prejudicial to the Commonwealth, particularly where the Commonwealth has the opportunity to rebut any testimony on redirect. The appropriate avenue for the Commonwealth's concerns is a robust rebuttal. Further, the Commonwealth asserts no basis in its motion for the claim that voir dire is the appropriate way to address their unsupported claims. The Commonwealth cites this case to suggest that the defense is seeking to elicit what it calls inadmissible hearsay and to support its request for a voir dire hearing. However, Avila did not address voir dire issues. Rather, it allows for a robust rebuttal by the Commonwealth of a Bowdoin defense via redirect and the introduction of additional evidence. Further, Avila holds that a curative instruction about the purpose of testimony offered for a Bowdoin defense and in rebuttal was an appropriate avenue to address concerns as to how that testimony would be considered by the jury. Effective cross-examination is a critical safeguard of liberty and an invaluable tool for testing the reliability of evidence. And, as the Supreme Judicial Court has long recognized, surprise is an important element of effective cross-examination. Here, the Commonwealth seeks to undermine this important right and vitiate Ms. Reed's constitutional right to cross-examine a key prosecution witness by seeking an order that Sergeant Buchanan be permitted to preview the questions that will be asked by the defense at a voir dire hearing in advance of his testimony before a jury. This request must be denied. Conclusion. Ms. Reed has the right to mount a vigorous defense of the allegations against her. She has a right to confront and cross-examine witnesses, and she may present evidence that police investigation in this case was deficient. Ms. Reed respectfully requests that the court deny the Commonwealth's request to deny her constitutional right to confrontation. Okay. Now, let me share the tab. And we can start. They say very little here about this, but no thanks. Let me Bye, Jared. What a weirdo. Don't people have anything else to do today? I don't know. It's a beautiful day. All right.
It's now open to make a seat.
All right, good morning. I came into 3 motions that I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today. So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So
Wonder why she's not mad at Hank for signing this last minute, sending it over. Like the defense caught all that shit the other day.
Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you. And let's today focus on the Bowdoin ones. We can focus on the other one.
No one wants to hear about Aruba.
My motion memorandum on Bowdoin just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar that not all evidence is admissible. Characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. it's not limitless. Bowdoin is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections
You
about
sound so stupid.
offering information that go in beyond Bowdoin, delve into third-party inadmissible evidence, those objections.
This is pathetic. Like, even Lally's like, this is fucking embarrassing, man. Come on, Hank.
Objections would compel me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury.
Did she just
And
yawn?
without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective order, is that something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right, why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
I find it very hard to believe that there's anything about all this that Buchanan has not seen. Like, please cut me a break. All right, then the jury comes in. She doesn't say anything about that. And then the jury comes in.
Paving the way for that to be able to happen, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research and investigation into this case?
Yeah, sure.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone
I'm
said
sorry, I can't buy that. There's no,
Can
there's
we
just
have
no way.
Sergeant Buchanan again, please, and Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, bring us Bukaki.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the road. Thank you.
Good morning.
This is gonna be good.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow.
Yes, this is continued cross. The jury's there. I don't know if that means no voir dire or whatever, but this is normal continued cross in front of the jury.
Plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that.
Indiana girl, you didn't watch long enough. I don't think. But that's good because we're about
Let
to.
me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30. But I again, I would have to.
Oh, ATS, he does. They have a whole transcript. He and Proctor interviewed Lucky together and then like wrote it up in transcript form. It's literally the only interview that they recorded. Can you believe that shit?
To look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right. Again,
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I would love to see that.
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring. Yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app?
Oh, I
on
knew
his
it.
Cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
I knew it. Mm-hmm.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's fucked today. Big time. I think he knows it too. It looks like he knows it.
I'm going to refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
He
Take
does
a
look
look
like
at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
his hair even grew out. Like it looks like his perma part's not as obvious. Sir. Come on.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Mm-hmm. Take your time, but also hurry the fuck up.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. Mayor Bush.
Yes.
You hear that,
And
Peggy?
again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we,
Sure.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, that fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The
Yes,
discoloration.
yes.
Do you see that discoloration or no?
Not at all.
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm.
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a, had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4/12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes,
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
no, we did not know.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes,
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
yes,
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
yes,
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
yes,
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
yes,
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
yes,
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
We know this is not the first time he's seen these. Like,
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same, it's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DeChico, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other texter.
If Proctor had him saved in his phone as Bukkake, I just will die. I will die on the spot if we find that out. That's the second time he's brought up in these texts that his last name is not spelled properly, and they won't say how it's spelled.
Person texting on that chain.
So I think he's finding out Proctor had him saved as Bukkake in his phone.
Is a code. A
Oh,
lengthy,
poor fella.
almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Me too, T and Chelsea. I'm going to spread that. That's the rumor I'm going to spread today.
You can turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
We got to see him in high def get uncomfortable here.
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the court's
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's Cornwall's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second?
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you gonna need this?
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you
just-
have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant. I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, advisor, in this,
It just did that thing it does. Am I still here? Yes, no. It did that refresh on the other screen again. Okay. Did it like buffer for you guys?
This series of text messages.
Responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor,
Oh, and the thumbs down, like I was born on a Tuesday, it wasn't last Tuesday. That was like a boo. No nudes, boo.
told you his supervisor in this series of text messages that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone. Correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote,
He definitely
no
said-
nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on.
Don't want to.
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Oh dear.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
Ugh.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing
So you just missed the word nudes?
retarded on a text message.
Oh, you
And
missed.
you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
Well, you didn't put him in
I
trouble.
acknowledge the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Oh, I find that so hard to believe. Are you serious? I don't buy that.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
He calls him lead investigator in every paragraph.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask it another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
You didn't reprimand him. And so the problem is, and like we've said before, he felt comfortable enough to say it in a group chat with his supervisor and his supervisor's supervisor and knew there weren't going to be any repercussions. That's bad.
Correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts state police officer?
No.
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
So she doesn't want him to say that he was potentially looking for nudes
Let me
or
ask you
was
differently.
looking for nudes.
Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you
So
sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
no, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor. And you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
What?
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what
You
does that mean?
knew
Oh, get the
what
dictionary.
he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? Cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one. October 2022.
October 15th.
Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that
He
was.
literally got in trouble for lying on that review.
Professionalism.
Yes,
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
during his 90-day performance, yes.
Sir.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism. You said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes,
Has he looked at the
Competence?
jury once
Do
yet?
you believe he displayed competence?
yes.
God damn it, they're mowing. They're not
And
supposed
not
to
just
mow.
integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right.
What?
We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not
What?
a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss. Correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority. Correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. this was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words,
So he should have shared it somewhere else.
to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
That's crazy when you consider.
Do
what
you
he said about the
justify
turtle.
his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community,
Oh,
parents,
oh,
siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
why, Bev? He's pushing. I think he could tell that one of the jury members or all of the jury members or whatever is like it's hitting the right way, the way that it's supposed
He
to.
didn't just put
And
it,
he
that
won't even look
derogatory
at them.
comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna finish with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask the question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
My question is,
Beverly, shut up.
did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
That is ridiculous.
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Like what? Hell?
Your argument and
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
okay. So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony
Even for the singular request that I made sidebar.
for that. So, all right, I think the jurors are no way.
Please rise to the jury.
That's okay. We can ask Proctor.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation,
More
you and
comfortable
Michael
for you.
Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes,
Does that sound right?
it does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes, as we were walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
I don't know, like asking Julie to babysit his child?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
Our second.
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? We give you the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Why?
Sustained, we need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
Defense.
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
of the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
They were factual.
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Well,
He looks
by the way, did you
mad.
say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically,
July
Sergeant?
2023.
Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the
turtle.
circumstances?
I was present in court.
Oh. Well, he looks mad,
This
man.
was what year? 2020,
3.
2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay,
How?
you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, if I was Peggy, I'd feel pretty stupid that I made that implication that Karen had gone upstairs and done whatever she did, and I shouldn't have let her up there because, like, she deleted ring footage, knowing it wasn't true. And now knowing that it's definitely not true. Bev, you're on my nerves. Did we talk about when they said, when Jen McCabe's brother said he was going to bury Turtle Boy under Bev's seaside cottage?
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview along with Michael Proctor with Chris and Julie Albert was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Will it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely.
It's a short one. Jesus Christ, what was it, 3 sentences?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of
Oh,
electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD
Sallyport.
in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
Oh, we're going to Sallyport.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were
Michael
they requested
Proctor.
by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I
Oh, yes.
delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Mhm. Are they a true and accurate representation?
No, I'm holding up
Even
a flash
better?
drive that I'd like to have with the court's permission.
Is it Higgins?
As next in order for
Do we get to see Higgins? Is he wearing different clothes?
introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Is it
Have
Higgins?
you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I've just discussed it with Mr.
Fuck
Brennan.
Mr. Brennan.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure. We can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark them for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Hurry it up.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area, at least one of them?
Where he was
one of
moving
the-
cars around?
The parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sallyport, there's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're stating, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway and seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then
I would love to know
reviewed.
that.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Man, we could.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
This doesn't look high definition.
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you
Hell
were
yes.
ready.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll report it. I have no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay,
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
all right. We just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a
questions.
little
Whatever.
complicated.
Play that shit.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Higgins doing his administrative
Stop.
duties. Oh,
Did you see a car pass in front?
a white Jeep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
That be a Higgins. He's not plowing.
Stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a
This would be, I don't know the exact time, but this would be, everything we're going to see is like 1:30 to 2 in between those times.
2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow?
Yes,
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead and play this.
Mr. Brian Higgins. $126.32. What's he doing?
Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep?
He doesn't look like he cares to get out of the weather.
Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
It's probably Higgins. Let's be real.
Okay, stop. All right. Did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes,
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Mm-hmm.
possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
I think you definitely pulled in
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this
Yeah.
same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop.
Well,
What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look
Okay,
like
what
an
about the
exterior
man?
video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Gee, what's the time
Larger in
stamp? I can't
stature,
see it.
smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison,
Pretty
but
big. Let's be real.
possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
I can't.
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is
Tell
it
me what
possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if he can read the?
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy, Mr. Wolf.
Just tell me what it says. Oh, come on.
Magic.
127.21.
Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay,
shit.
can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay, what about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes,
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one.
He heard my prayers.
Mr. Wolk, if you could, please.
I still can't see that at all.
Is it possible to see from
1:27:12?
there the time?
That's not
and
what
date?
you said, Teresa.
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip.
7:32.
If we
Oh
could
my God.
start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that.
Yeah, because we can't see shit in that.
Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior.
Jesus, what are you doing?
Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
That is horrendous.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
Barely.
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Canton PD?
So I thought this was black and white footage, but it can't be because there's yellow here, right? Like, right? This is yellow. I thought the footage was black and white.
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this.
That is horrendous.
Hi,
Hi, Teresa.
Okay. And for
Are
the
you here?
final clip,
I'm here.
What time is it?
10:15.
Oh my God, it's already 1:15.
Yeah. So the first timestamp I gave you was the Jeep driving by right next to the camera. That was the 126:32.
32.
That's the Jeep driving by, and then 127:43 is when the Jeep is parked, and then I think 127:32. Oh shit! Now I gotta remember. One of them was when he's walking by. I was trying to write down the times for you.
That's 127:41. Him
Yeah,
walking.
and then there was 127:32
That
and
was
127:43, and I'm trying to figure out those two. What those two had to do with it.
127:32 is the Jeep like parking. And then 127:43 is Churchside exterior Sallyport. He walks from right to left. And then now we're at this one. Or that's this one.
That's this one. And it, and like Broken Baker says, it's color. It's just on a potato cam.
This is like, if the whole point is to be able to look and make sure that somebody's not like breaking into the Sallyport, it does a piss poor job of that. It's horrendous.
You're not gonna be able to identify who breaks into that Sallyport for sure.
I mean, you have the cop saying, someone in dark clothes. Oh,
Yeah.
That narrows it down a bunch.
And yes, Lacey, this is new for this trial. We've never seen this before.
No, but we know that's Higgins.
Right. Why is he parked in different spots? I'm confused. I don't think he is. The plow that they show in the back picture, I think, is a different car with a plow on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you mean, ATS, though. And sorry I was late, you guys. I had to do a field. It was a fundraiser run for Tiny Human School. So I had to take care of that this morning. So thank you, Sleuthie, for taking over and doing all the things.
Of course. You got yourself mixed up with me. Friday's field day.
I did field day. Yeah, I was about to say field day, but that's not what it was. It was a fundraiser run. They literally run in like a circle 8 36 times.
Oh, we did that. Actually, they called it the fun run. But it like wasn't fun for any of them. They had to like run around the whole roundabout where you park in the mornings. They had to do that for like 50 laps or something. They were about dead.
Yeah, and so like you could like the fundraiser was you could do like $1 per lap or just give like a set amount. And so if they make 34 laps, then you pay like $1 per lap and you pay $34. So that's all in a set amount, like a set amount of time. So yeah, absolutely fun for me just to stand there. But I was listening to you the whole time with an earbud in.
Oh, good. Yeah, they did that,
and I cheer. Yay! Go ahead, good job.
They had like stickers on their backs, and when they would like run by, we had to like mark off, like tally off each lap that they did.
That's what they did. Yeah, it's on their shirt. It's on the back. And the guys have a Sharpie out there, and they mark it.
Yeah, I was the Sharpie person last time.
Yeah.
So I don't know what field day is going to be. We used to do field day, and I loved field day. And we did like field day and color wars, and that was like the best day of school.
Field day was always like when they just had all the different like contraption things out in the field, and you could go do different stuff. Yeah.
So
he did 36 laps.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it is. But you know, I just got to I didn't have to do any. I just stand there.
They want you there to like cheer.
Right. Yeah. You're just the cheerleader. So on Friday, Sleuthie has field day with her tiny human. So then I'll be on my own. So
what did I tell you the time? Oh, 10, I should be back by 1:30 my time. So like 2 hours in, you'll be like 2 hours in. But
Yeah, see, there we go. It'll work out perfect. That's all I get. Works out perfect. All this end of the year stuff is always a lot. Aw, ATS. I can't wait to cheer my boy on. You'll get to cheer your girl on too. You get to cheer on both.
drunk dunk tanks. I think they did do that.
Back in the 70s, field day was like basic training.
It really it was for us too. But now they probably get to do like he wants to do tug of war. They just did a field trip where they went to like a sports complex. He really enjoyed that. They did like rock climbing but he said when he was coming down from rock climbing, he like banged his ear. So he was like, so I didn't want to do that anymore, obviously. And I was like,
That's funny because Jake, when he was little, they did rock climbing and he hit his knee and he wouldn't do it anymore.
yeah. It bothered him enough where he was like, once I got down, I was done for. I didn't want it. He did, but he loved to do the tug of war. He loves that.
Rocket maker.
I heard she needs Kool-Aid. She added Kool-Aid to her wish list.
Okay, so this Higgins stuff. So what they didn't show it at the first trial. I'm sure they had it. Well, you know what? I don't even know because I don't even know if they had. I wouldn't have taken that back because what's her name? Rafferty was coming up with all kinds of new videos for that.
Correct.
But what do you think they're trying to show here? Because I think they're going to show that he was actually talking on the phone and not and purposely calling people and not butt dialing Brian Albert.
Yes. Also, I would expect to see him moving cars around, which he hasn't done so far, right? That was what he said he went back there for. Was
there to move cars around.
First, he said administrative duties. Then he said that moving cars is administrative duties. So I wonder if he changes. Does he change his clothes? I wonder if he changes.
No, man. You know how I feel about Higgins.
If he changes his clothes, that's going to be suspicious as fuck.
It's really hard to tell though in these because so he had on the hoodie.
He has on the thing. It has like a Harley Davidson thing on the back of it. It's going to be obvious. Like if he leaves and he doesn't have that on his back, and then the thing down his sleeve.
But can you see that pattern on any of these videos so far? Because it also, to me, kind of looked like he had on a big jacket.
No, it's not a big jacket. It
doesn't have
a
hoodie.
It has something down. It's just the hoodie, and it has something down the side of his sleeve too.
Okay, all right. That's what I'm
You
curious
can't see
about.
anything here, but I could see it in the other one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he has on the hoodie here. So
it looked like it in the parking lot going in.
Let's see what he walks out in, because you remember he keeps his office there, and he was telling Karen that like he could even sleep there.
Mm-hmm. So he probably has clothes.
Mm-hmm.
There may even be a shower here. I know there's a kitchen and stuff. There may be a shower. I don't know. Could be anything.
Oh, I'm excited. Let's see it. I
am
like
too.
seeing new stuff.
Me too. It's so small. Okay.
If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Walk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as that camera angle?
128.03.
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing?
Okay.
Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front.
Definitely
It appears
changes.
to be blue jeans and
There's no way he doesn't change.
shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
We can't
Okay.
zoom in. You
Let's
guys
go ahead and play
can.
this.
Those sneakers look a little bit like John's sneakers.
With a white sole instead of a black sole.
I have just a moment. Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf?
Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if somebody was fighting out front and lost their shoe and put the wrong shoe back on?
Well, there's like the whole theory about the fact that the shoes in the photo when they're together are different sizes.
I haven't heard that one. So
Are you
where's this to? No, I haven't heard that. But I'm just, in a scuffle, you may grab the wrong shoe. Those sneakers look pretty similar. CH is
Nike?
going to, I don't know. CH is going to tell us if we don't get through it.
Okay. No, don't tell us, CH. Don't tell us.
Itching.
Let us have all of our suspense.
I think he's going to change.
We can't zoom in, but if you guys are on your phones, then you guys can zoom in.
Yeah, you guys can. I wonder where that door goes to.
Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Why? 128.
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay. And if we could just continue playing this video.
Now I got to see what's going on at that time. $129.39.
It is playing.
What?
Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now.
$129.42.
Okay. What's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward.
Why didn't he take his hoodie off?
Mhm.
Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? If we could take a look at the time one more time.
What?
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And
How?
in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12,
Oh, fucking A. This is edited.
6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
All these motherfuckers splice shit out of here?
Yep.
You bastards.
The door's probably on the
Wow.
fucking right side of the hallway, too. It's probably not even on the fucking left.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting here wondering, I'm like writing these and I'm like, wait a minute, what? It was just 129.42. So they've removed shit out of these. Oh.
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6
Bitch, it was not 6 minutes it just passed. It was all of 3 seconds.
minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped.
He was doing the
time
math.
Jumped.
The time difference on what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay.
yes.
Let's go ahead
Oh,
and continue
that's a
playing this.
possibility. Okay.
Yeah, but
It's-
what movement
And
jumped
stop.
it at 134?
You
That
see
doesn't
someone
make
in
any
the-
He walks
the
back in.
screen
There he
now.
is.
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time.
There it is. So he triggered the motion. Okay, so not nefarious. I'll use
Can
Jen
you see
McCabe
that?
for it.
No, it's really blurry for me.
134.15. It's clear as day.
There we go.
Yes. Now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken. AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
That's the same hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would
It's
be
Higgins. You
suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm
No,
not certain
sir.
who that is.
No, sir. You
No,
reviewed
you're
the
inferring.
waterfall footage. If you reviewed the waterfall footage and this footage, you can absolutely say that is Higgins. He's got the same thing in the back.
Let's just say if a murder happened right now, they would go ahead and say that was Higgins.
100%. Absolutely.
Hey,
Or if
Rodstar.
this is Karen.
Hey, woman.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it.
And black
dark
soles.
hooded sweatshirt. Does he appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on the same GG device.
Trash.
Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please? Or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through. Pause.
His arms up.
Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
Yes. His right hand.
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand,
Oh,
but
sure, sure.
It's up to his ear.
Yep, right there. His right hand.
I
put his
really
phone
can't
in here.
tell.
Okay.
Yep.
What kind of detective are you?
There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Yeah, clearly on the
Can
phone.
we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wolf. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be. Yeah.
It up.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay.
Oh my
Move
God.
on, please.
Fucking idiot.
Play that through.
He's holding a fucking tablet up to his ear.
Yeah.
I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's
You
permission,
better be
I'm gonna
moving
play this
fucking
through.
cars around.
If he just sits in his car, I'm going to have a big problem. What cars does he move around?
Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
Carla
I
holds the
can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Back it up.
Mr. Wolk, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Hold on. Because I don't want to be looking down. Back to parking lot. Okay.
He's gonna go sit in his fucking car, Sleuthie.
He better not.
He's gonna. I have my gut telling me, is he gonna move any fucking car?
Is he going to get the
Maybe.
passenger seat
Yep.
of his truck?
Where's he gonna go?
He went around the passenger side of his Jeep?
He did.
Don't tell me the Jeep starts. Because he went to the passenger side. Oh, is
Where is he?
he walking up here?
Oh yeah, he is. He's in that car back there. He's in the car back there.
It looks like a light just came on, like back here. Like he's back at that car up in the corner.
Is it a Ford Edge?
Right here, Joanna.
Is it a fucking Ford Edge? I'd fucking die.
Is it a black Ford Edge?
I'm just totally throwing shit out there.
Oh boy.
I mean, it would be crazy because he was just talking to him about Lucky. Is he moving it at all?
No, it just looks like I just see the taillights, I think. Thought he was moving cars. What's taking so long?
He's on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
I know, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm like, oh my God, what is he going to do? What
Yeah, I'm
is
like
this?
all
What's
the way at my
happening?
computer screen.
If we're going to be like let down, it's going to be like he just gets right back out of the car and then gets into his own car, which would still be
Yeah, but that
fucking-
would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird, but anticlimactic. Oh, nope,
Oh,
it
he just
moved.
pulled away.
Sure did.
Well, he could be parking it still.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't.
we don't know where he went.
Yeah.
I mean, he must come back into this screen at some point because Jackson's still playing this. There's a purpose to still playing it. So,
Well, I would think a purpose to play it would be to then be able to say, did he appear at any other point on this camera?
do you remember why Higgins said he had to move the cars? What was the point?
That it was administrative duties. Oh my gosh, the snow stopped. Like not as snowy as it was before. Okay, now it's a little more snowy. No, I don't think he's plowing the lot because the plow is on his Jeep. There's no plow on that car.
Oh, they had to plow the lot the next. Something about plowing the next day. Oh, they had to move a car out of the way of where the plow would be. I don't remember why he said he was going to do it. It could be any of those things. Moving the cars for the plow the next day.
But then you would think that he would move it into this spot right here where all the other ones are huddled up.
Well, where the fuck did he go? Like, now we're just watching it just to watch it?
Yeah, he definitely like pulled away.
Oh, Gabby, totally get that. Like, I'm not saying they were telling the truth, just saying what was said.
Oh, there he is on his foot. On foot.
Okay.
So at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no time, you assholes.
1:39:22 ish.
What's he-
It's really hard for me to tell. Where is he now?
He's right there.
Oh, okay. He still looks like he has the same hoodie on to me.
What's he doing?
Just standing outside. Fucking snow.
Okay, now he just walked around the back of the Jeep. Now he's getting in the driver's side of the Jeep. Close
If
the
that's
door.
it, this is going to be very anticlimactic.
Oh, he's out of the Jeep again. So he went back in the Jeep and then got out and walked around the back of it again.
Moving another car. Moving the car that's right next to the Jeep.
He's getting in that truck or whatever that is. Headlights are on.
Mind you, he's drunk and he's moving all these cars around.
Yeah.
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yeah, the headlights came on.
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it.
See, we could be detectives. Doors closed. He's not in it anymore.
Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Uh-huh.
Yes, he just or she just appears to have
She
closed the
really?
door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen of in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here,
Dude.
The individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's go ahead and play it.
These are not whiteout conditions. Like, are you serious? He's going to the truck and getting in the passenger seat.
And what do you
Of this
see
other
Brian Higgins or
car.
that person doing now?
He's right here. For anybody that can't see, he just opened the door to this truck. This is the passenger side.
He accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay.
What is he doing? Oh, now he closed the door again. Why is he just getting into all these cars and not doing anything with them?
And where's that person going?
Back to his Jeep.
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
And now he's walking over to the truck again.
What
right
truck did he
here,
go
yeah.
to?
He's right here, like fucking around right here.
What happened to the headlights on the truck next to him? Are they still
They went-
on?
No, they went off.
They are off.
Yeah, they went off. But he's right here in the back of this truck doing something.
But why did we turn this car off?
In fact, it looks like he opened, like, you know how, what are like tent? They look like tents. They're like tents for the bed of your truck, like a shell. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It looked like he opened, like watch his movements. It looks like he opens the shell like from the side. See, it looks like it's up and then he closes it. Watch it.
Yeah.
He'll close
Uh-huh.
it. Now he's closing it.
Yeah,
Close.
absolutely. 100%.
What did he get out of the bed of that truck? Now he's going to
Yeah, don't tease me like that.
he's throwing something in his car,
Yeah, now he's back in his car again.
but it looked like he was carrying something. Like a duffel bag or something. Watch him. I just rewinded. So he closes it and then he looks like he carries a duffel bag or something. See?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. There's definitely a bag. Definitely a bag. Probably where they keep the red Solo cups and leaf blowers. We're going to need these.
I mean, I can hardly ever see anything in any of these things, and I can see all this. So
Yeah.
you're not going to tell me you don't see that, because I see that. He's still piddling around with whatever it is. He's right here, still piddling around with whatever that bag was. I want to know what kind of truck that is. What could he have got out of there? So far, he hasn't moved anything but one vehicle.
We started another one,
Can you
which
pause
I
it?
find very odd. Why was
Where
that one
does that
started?
individual appear to be now in the video?
Sometimes when you have auto headlights, like my mom's car, when she like opens, all the things turn on. So maybe it was just automatic, or maybe he
So he got into that truck too and just got in there, and that
Well,
was
he
it.
went in the driver's side here just briefly and then left. This one, he opened this door like briefly, and then he was in this shell. I know he was. And then he pulled a duffel bag out, and now he's at his driver's side of his car. But he only moved that one car out of the corner. But it almost seemed like he was looking in different vehicles for whatever it is that he found. Then he found it in this one. In the bed.
Yeah.
Very odd.
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left?
Sure was.
SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I
Is he going to say he doesn't see him get into that camper shell?
Of course. Of course.
can't tell exactly what they were
My
doing.
little
Did it
bitch.
appear, did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or
Sure
a duffel
did.
bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
Sure did. A
I
big
did
one.
not notice, no.
You need to be fired. Me and Teresa need to be hired. For all the money you make, you got to be kidding me.
Oh,
It was a huge
Okay,
duffel
now his
bag.
headlights are on.
Yeah. Now he's going back to that truck. Oh, now he's going in the passenger side. What are you getting out of there, Higgy?
Yeah, what are you doing, buddy?
He's looking in the back, it looks like. He's going in the back.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Now what has he got?
Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
Okay, close the door again. What are you doing? Well, okay, so I think we can agree, like, he's clearly not moving vehicles, right? I mean,
No, this is weird. He's like getting stuff out of other cars
and putting
and
them in
putting it in
his.
his seat. He has another car, and I can't remember. I'm gonna go back and look at the testimony from. He has
I think they
another
said
car.
truck,
That's what I'm wondering.
but he was inside two trucks. Like here, he's about to go back in that truck again. No, like he helped himself into both of those trucks. In fact, I think the one,
What did you just see the person do?
I think this one here is also a truck. Like they're all trucks. Truck. So
Yeah,
this is probably a Ford.
this one
This
just has a
thing right
cab
here-
on the back.
This thing right here is probably a Ford Edge. I'm just
He
saying.
fucking gets in that and drives away, dude. I don't know.
Oh, do you think? I'm just saying this does look like this. I mean, I don't know, but this to me looks like a Ford Edge,
Carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
a snow broom.
I didn't even see him carrying anything in that one. I wasn't even watching to see what he was carrying.
Oh shit.
Snow broom.
What did you just?
Oh yeah, I see a stick.
Yeah. Okay, I see this. Yeah, I see the stick. Okay, I'll go with the snow broom there too, Bukaki.
What did you just see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
What do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay, so he moved one car. That is it.
Okay, we can take that down.
This was not shown at the first trial. None of that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
Yeah, private
See
time.
him at a bar. Hey, Brian,
We had
let's grab a beer.
a
nothing
little
like that.
private time there with Higgins.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider.
So now we have I couldn't see John because he was hidden behind a snowbank lie.
Yep.
We have I went there and did administrative duties lie. Then he said that the administrative duties was moving cars. That is also a lie. What's another one? He said he went back and went to sleep, but so what?
Dial.
So 1:45:52 he leaves.
What time's the phone call to Albert?
2:22.
2:22. Okay.
Well, 2:22:35 is Brian Albert calling Higgins. That lasts 1 second, but then at 2:22:52, Higgins calls Brian back, and that call lasts for 22 seconds. Okay. Between 2:30 and 3 is when Lucky sees the Ford Edge out front that wasn't there the first time he went by.
Consider your
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
relationship to have gone over to a personal relationship. You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers.
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer it, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage in Canton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding.
Now we're about to be at the
to
inverted
describe
footage.
when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing?
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions.
Oh, yes, you do, bitch.
You remember saying that this is accurate? Yes.
Inverted Sallyport footage time.
What my answers were.
And you remember
Of
seeing
course
a
you don't.
video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
Okay, you pause it real quick.
I remember it taking place. Yes,
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so last year Higgins said when he testified that he moved 2 cars at the PD. He fulfilled some admin work, and he didn't move them when he picked up the Jeep, and didn't want to stay there longer than a half hour because he doesn't drink beer at Albert's. Nothing about couldn't see anything, nothing about couldn't see anything because of a snowbank or anything like that. But he says he moved 2 cars and did some admin work while he was at the Canton PD.
Uh-oh.
And he had picked up the Jeep from there earlier in the day, and he did not move the cars when he was there earlier.
Someone said, hear me out. This is not Brian Higgins. It's Brian Albert. And
They look a lot alike.
I'm going to tell you something. In one of the stills that they stopped, maybe it was the one with the phone.
The phone right next to his face where you could see it lit up.
I thought it looked like he had a gray beard.
It kind of looked like Brian Albert. I don't disagree with you.
Ew, I don't like it.
But I mean, they have a very similar, what do you call them? Stature.
Yes, but Albert has that gray beard though.
Well, Higgins has the goatee. It's gray.
No, what I saw, I'm picturing, and I thought it in the moment, but then I was like, it can't be because it's got to be Higgins in the sweatshirt.
And they both walk. They have a very similar walk. So.
Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I'm not going to go back, but yeah, I don't like that at all. Did you say what you were going to say?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what sweatshirt Albert was wearing at the waterfall.
Well, it was also black, but I think he had on like a black puffy coat too. I think.
I'm going to look at why we play this. I'll look.
Okay.
So?
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
He has on a puffy vest, is what he has on. Like
And
a
I'd like
long
to ask you a question about
puffy vest.
Okay. So it could be a black sweatshirt underneath.
Could be a black. Yeah, there's like a hoodie. There's like a hood, so it could be a hoodie. And then the outer layer is like a puffy. It's got like the sewn lines, where it's kind of makes like where the down feathers or whatever can stay like in place.
Right.
Yeah, and Higgins has the circle on the front with the Harley stuff on the back.
Oh shit, wrong mouse.
about that particular video.
But Albert is the one who has on the black beanie.
Well, this person has a black beanie on.
Yeah, Higgins at the waterfall does not have on a black beanie. Albert does.
Hmm. I don't like it
I don't like it either.
at all.
Uh,
At all.
Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna have just one, Your Honor.
What the fuck is going on? Look at Paul being nosy.
Oh yeah, of course he is. He's like, what are you gonna say? What are you saying?
Is he shaking his head? I thought he was shaking his head at Karen just now. Why do all these people look like strangers?
Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Oh, for crying out loud. Do you wait a minute? What? Are they gonna do the voir dire? I bet you they voir dire. I bet you that's what they're fixing to do, and the jury's going for lunch because this says they come back like immediately.
Okay, well, let's see what happens.
Five, 10, 15, 20, 35 seconds.
Yeah.
Do is have the voir dire right now.
Wow.
To see what Sergeant Buchanan knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into.
Wow.
So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
What a royal waste of time.
Hear the big sigh from Bev.
May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and.
Okay, but he lied to you because he does have a personal relationship with them.
Recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue, and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah. So I.
May I approach one?
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about your word accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
July
When did you learn it?
23.
I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I
Oh,
believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor, and communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
no.
So with the crazy behavior that's been, imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured,
Oh, God.
the traumatic experiences they had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to
Go ahead. In order to,
investigate it.
okay. You're
And
talking
try
about
to
Elizabeth
try to charge Karen with witness intimidation and failed.
Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment
Okay.
started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, correct?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever
Duh.
learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a Facebook post during the course of that hearing
second family.
wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? Remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there were like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
what about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between between Courtney Proctor and sorry, it's Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which
Is he living under a rock?
Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
Get Elizabeth one.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, I'm sorry, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert. This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the
No.
first you've heard of any of those.
Teresa, how can he not be aware of these things? Like, is that reasonable? Especially when he's been investigating.
Well, the first one I understood because he's like, I remember, like, I don't remember the Facebook post, but I remember the picture. I'm like, okay, I can see that because I actually remember the picture more than I remember the Facebook post. So, okay. But now it's just like, okay, now I'm just not familiar with anything. Like, this whole gift thing was a huge deal. Now I'm like, okay, I'm not buying what you're selling here, buddy.
And like, he's been investigating Turtle Boy, so he's seen all these accusations. So like, I'm not understanding why he's pretending like he hasn't seen any of these, unless it's because as long as he denies knowing whatever he's talking about, then Bev's not going to let him ask him about it.
Maybe.
I just don't think it's reasonable. There's no way.
Well, like, somebody needs to show him. Does this refresh your memory? Oh, yes, this does refresh my memory. You know what I mean? So show him something.
There's just no way. I don't believe him.
My poker face is my poker
Of
face.
these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed, and was revealed in open court, the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, get it for my wife. Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed to the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024.
A journalist
and
asking you
describing
questions.
the information you're revealing. I was not aware of that
Did you
detail.
review that all of these proceedings are televised? Sorry, you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no.
You're not aware
I know it's streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, stream. However, whatever you want to call streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024?
What a pussy.
Talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto.
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were 3 individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other
decision?
than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all.
Okay, all right. Do you
wrap
want to be
this up.
heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay,
On that.
yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all invisible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then
No biggie. We'll just bring Proctor in. He could talk about it himself.
I will let it in for our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your idea, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out.
Yeah,
So
say less. We'll bring Proctor back here.
you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right.
Yeah,
When's the
good luck
jury
with
coming
lunch.
back, Paul?
Move to 20 off.
All right. So do you want to switch over and come, since this is a good time, you just come back and,
Oh, that's fine. I can.
oh, and then we go straight into, looky there. He doesn't remember his testimony from last time. By God, we do. And they'll have transcripts this time. They'll have transcripts of the first trial when he said that he was the one getting out of the car and taking photos of the front. And then the next day came back and said that was the tow truck driver. You said you are?
Yeah, I'll switch it.
Yeah, bring Proctor in. I personally feel that it's absolutely necessary to have him come in and read his disgusting text messages from his own ugly face. So they can just ask him about the, oops, sorry. I was removing it when you were removing it.
Well, I think that I don't think they're going to have much choice because they can't get the friend chat in. They can't get the friend chat in through.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Do you guys like us on the side with the screen smaller, or do you like us on the bottom with the screen bigger? See, I don't have a preference, but I can see better with the big one.
Yeah, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
I think that whole thing right there hinged on whether, because Karen left the one day and they were like, are you going to call Proctor? And she said that it was to be determined.
Uh-huh.
I think this was like going to determine it. I think there's no way they're not calling him in now.
I think that they were going to go with what Brennan was doing. You want to put everything on Yuri, then we'll put everything on Yuri. We're still going to demolish your investigation. And as that was happening, then we get the motion over the weekend of they're trying to demolish the investigation and they're not allowed to do that. And then all of a sudden now it's like, okay, so that goes away. We have this line of questioning. We already know that they can't get the other text message group in where he's talking about her leaky balloon.
Vile, horrible. And
right.
I said this on Baker's Live. I absolutely think that having his dumb ass up there to read those so that the jury can see that he doesn't care. He doesn't
Right.
feel ashamed or remorseful at all about the things he said is going to be important. So I would absolutely be bringing him on.
And
I
this
don't
guy
know how
didn't find
to do that.
anything. This guy really didn't find anything wrong with the other text message where he's talking about that she's a retard and then he's looking for nudes.
Right. He's not going
And then he's like, yeah, they're vile. Yeah. But
He's
he
a
has a
First
First
Amendment right.
Amendment right to be able to do it.
Gross.
Say whatever the hell he wants. Which, I mean, I think that the issue is you're investigating this and you're supposed to have your professional integrity that's supporting you. If you're just if this is like, if it's you and I, and we're over here just watching the case unfold, and I want to text you like dumb shit about Bukkake, it is what it is. I'm not the one investigating them. My opinion of the entire situation means nothing. And I'm sorry, I do actually think he was looking for nudes. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, so do I. So do I 100%.
And it makes me think, and you made such a good point, and I couldn't say it when you had said it, but you made such a good point about that everybody in this group text message, Proctor had no issue with putting this kind of talk in there, which means that they've done this for other cases, all kinds of cases, that this was a normal protocol for them to be able to just have this type of, like, haven't found any nudes yet. So how many other people have you gone through their phone that you actually looked for nudes?
Yep. And that's to a group chat with your supervisor and your supervisor.
And your supervisor. Yep.
There is no way I would be do we joke in Teams chats? Yes. But am I going to call like a patient retarded or say something about their bodies or something? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think
I would expect to be fired. So
I love the point that you made, though, that he was comfortable enough to do it, which means he knew that there was going to be zero repercussions for saying that to his boss and to his boss's boss.
Yep, 100%.
Because they've done it before. And those bosses have done it with Proctor, so he knew he could get away with it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Completely agree. All right, I think
inverted Sally Port time. It's been a while since we visited here. Oh yeah, that's who he said that was him the first day he testified. Then he said it was the tow truck driver the next day.
Why is it doing this?
Rewind.
I'm trying to.
Of that particular video in the.
Why do I hear music?
Oh yeah, that's right, Susie. I forgot about that. It was also the text message to his sister.
Be seated, court is in session.
How about the one where he says that? How about when they're talking about Karen offing herself?
That's the one he says to his sister.
Okay, what is all these sounds? Why is nothing sounding normal?
Hi, Ems. Yeah, it's just locker room talk. No biggie.
May I inquire?
What the hell? What's on that post that she's looking at?
Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jones.
We are, Ems. There's
Okay.
still on across.
Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you would
This is back
engage
in front of the jury.
discussion with Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
You lied.
You lied. You lied. Then you wonder why you're
I want to play
harassed.
a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we.
Text it to me.
Yeah, Brennan did not bring this in on direct, which was
No, he did not. No Sally Port footage.
Well, just the still shot of the back of the car in the Sally Port. That was it.
Were we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
That's it.
Okay, now you may display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? 5:37:03. This is at 5:37:03. If we just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket.
But it actually makes sense now why he was so reluctant to identify anybody in any video, because he's like, I look like a fucking jackass because I named all these people and I was completely wrong. So.
Jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall.
Okay.
537 maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Yes.
Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. Do you see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head.
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
He doesn't know what.
Yes,
that
it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature
I can't tell.
as compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car? What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
Oh shit, is that Higgins?
I can't tell from here.
I think it's
I can't.
Berkowitz, isn't
You
it?
indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a
Oh,
smaller
could be.
statured person, correct?
Never said that.
No,
I'm sorry?
you asked
I
about
don't
it.
know his height.
Larger or smaller?
He's small. He's an old man.
How about
But
this?
he asked him that on like the first day of cross, and Bukaki did not know how big or tall, or he didn't answer the question. So when he's
Well,
saying you
that's weird.
indicated that he was small, he did not indicate that.
That's strange. I know he said he didn't know his age, but if you took taillight piece from the man, wouldn't you know if he was big or small?
I think he just ended up saying something. I'd have to go back and actually listen to it, but I think he just said like shorter than me or smaller than me or small. I think something like that. Probably bridge guy. It is
Right.
probably bridge guy. I'm pretty sure it's Berkowitz.
Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay.
I think that's what he said last
Can
time.
you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay, do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay, and did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark.
Do you think he's praying he doesn't ask about it being inverted?
Well, I think that, I mean, they kind of already did.
Another electronic
He just
device
didn't. He didn't get into it as much as I thought he would.
Another-
Yeah, like about him lying.
Have that
Yeah.
marked as next in order.
All right, so there's no objection.
No objection, thank you.
119.
With the court's permission,
Yes.
What do you think the jury will think about people just appearing from out of nowhere? Oh shit, now we're normal.
what is this show?
Oh shit.
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time?
Maybe. That looks like shit.
Do you see?
Right.
Can you read the date and time stamp on this
No.
Chiron?
I
Can you?
cannot
Yeah, I can't either.
Backward, correct?
Oh, it's because it's
read it.
backwards.
make it out.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk?
I'm sitting here like, well, I'm blind. It's
No, you
backwards.
can't. It's because it's backward now.
Oh, that's funny.
Which was the weird thing about the other video was why was the timestamp the right
That appear to
way?
be backward.
And they weren't backwards.
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again.
Mm.
Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael
Proctor-
Proctor in this video?
He looks like a thug.
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sally Port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact,
Sure.
this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward?
He looks like he's fixing to rob a bank.
I think Bukaki is much more agreeable today.
And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
I think he got put in his
And
place in the
him as
beginning.
Tow truck
Looked like
driver.
a total asshole.
Well, I think somebody told him like, okay, you're arguing just to argue. Like, stop doing that and just answer the fucking questions because we're not going to get around it, and you just look like a dick. So stop doing that.
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears
Look at that. He just appeared out of nowhere.
The person-
Motherfucker, look.
that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and
It almost looks like that person could have had something in their sweater, their sweatshirt. Oh,
a little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward.
well then, we could say it's something else.
Now, as his arm.
Yes, yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is, yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
Okay, Carrie. Hey, Teresa.
You have to remember, English is his third language.
No. You know how I know that this inverted thing was done on purpose? Because full Karen Reed is guilty Plevin was like, when it popped up, he's like, look, you can see the taillights broken from here.
Yeah, because he's an idiot.
But that was the point, was they think that jurors are idiots and wanted them to think, holy shit, we're looking at the passenger side taillight and it is broken.
Right.
I think it's a giveaway that when they invert it back to the other way, that it is, the timestamp is backwards. But do you remember at a hearing, one of the last hearings, I guess, Hank brought up the video, and it was like flipped the other way, but the timestamp was normal. Do you remember that? If you don't, I'm going to have to go back and find it.
I don't.
I'm going to have to go back and find it because I immediately thought the timestamp color was a different color. Like there's yellow ones and blue ones. And it was like inverted back to normal, but the timestamp was not inverted like it was just now when they mirrored it.
Oh, like he played it like it was the right direction, and then also the timestamp was correct.
Correct.
Correct. So he edited the shit out of it.
That's what I think.
I would not be surprised. Joanna remembers.
Do you? See, I think I'm going to have to go back and not that it matters right here, but
Cat says
yellow timestamp. Yes.
Yellow timestamp. So they put a new timestamp on the top of it all together.
Yeah, and it was like in a totally different place also. Yes. Very interesting. There's so much fuckery with this inverted thing beyond just the fact that it was inverted. It's not even funny. By the way, I did ask Twitter if that is a forward edge, and the response overwhelmingly is yes.
That car right there in the front of that parking lot is a forward edge.
100%.
Oh, son of a...
Someone even put it into Grok or whatever.
Damn.
Yeah.
They
So like,
and Richard said, and the timestamp was actually bigger.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, okay, so you're 100% right. I just don't remember it.
What I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Status to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in.
But it was depicting someone getting out of the passenger seat, and it wasn't the passenger seat. You're a liar.
Documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone goes to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way up and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that?
100%.
Do you agree with that?
100%. Don't lie, motherfucker.
It appeared that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the
defensive
video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV.
Right.
Correct?
He didn't take a picture
I'm sorry,
either.
can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that
Yeah.
the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before
Wait,
taillight pieces were found. Right.
He's wrong.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Well, let me
that,
ask it a different way.
Hmm.
5:37
no, he's not wrong.
is before 5:45.
yes.
So the way he just answered, so
He,
okay.
he answered it like that. Yes, tail light pieces had been found before this video was taken.
So no, this
That's how he
video.
answered.
They said Jackson said this video was taken before taillight pieces were found,
Correct.
and the answer to that is yes. But
That's not how he answered.
well, he answered like so. What I thought he was going to say was if that's at 5:30, whatever 35. Taillight, the first piece of taillight, or we left until about 5:51, and the first piece was found at 5:45. That's where I thought he was going to go, but instead he said, basically his answer was that taillight was found before we left at 5:51. Do you see what I mean? He's trying to answer as in we were still there when they found taillight pieces.
Right. Okay.
That's how he's trying to answer. But the question was, were taillight pieces found? Is this video prior to the first time a taillight piece was found? And the answer is yes. But he tried to extend it out as in, well, the first taillight piece was found before we left there. So we couldn't have been there to put that first piece because we were still there. You know what I mean?
Yes. But they weren't there.
Well, you know how I feel about him, like when they started talking about laying out the clothes or whatever. And he's like, remember we brought this up when it happened. We were like, oh, I thought you were Proctor's ride the entire day. You guys were like joined at the hip. Now you're saying, like, how did Proctor get home? You left him there? I pull a Peggy. You just left him there with the clothes?
With But he's saying we were still there.
Yeah, he and Proctor.
Yeah.
I think he's a slimy little bitch. That's what I think.
He is. So let's see if Jackson can put him back in focus on stop beating around the bush. That's not what I asked you.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Where's the footage that we just saw Higgins on where we could track Proctor's movements or whoever, that one they think is Berkey? Where's he at? Like, why are we not able to track these people?
Yeah, how come we don't see them leaving on all that other footage?
He said okay, in case you didn't know. Oh, look at Carl.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
So definitely could have made it back in time with taillight pieces. 100%.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Mark for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
To the page H.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sallyport. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph. I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you.
You know these guys weren't there that night. They weren't at 34 Fairview that night, supposedly.
Supposedly, allegedly, and all the things.
And all the things that go along with that.
For the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Is his bald head consistent with the bald head of Michael Proctor?
I don't know. It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
What you touching there, buddy? What you touching?
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and timestamp at the bottom?
Ooh.
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I
Okay.
take a look at that?
Sure.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Something AM. On 1/30/2022.
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
Yeah, that be a Berkey.
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, I have a final video. I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered now.
Exhibit 121.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we
Yes.
present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way. Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what.
Okay, so this is 50712 on 129. So this is before they arrive with the SUV.
It appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07:10 or 12, something like that?
That's the
5:07?
timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen.
The other pictures, I mean, I think that we saw that photo. I mean, I've seen the photo. I'm trying to remember if I actually saw it in trial or not. Does anybody else remember? Richard said no, that we didn't see that one from 1:30 with Berkey, with Berkowitz. I mean, I've seen the photo that is from that direction. That's all blurry and stupid like that, but I don't remember if it was in the trial or if I've just seen it like in the blog or whatever, you know? Yeah, the timestamp is much clearer on this crappy video.
Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 PM.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 PM after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so with you and, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video, was it?
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Mr. Brennan?
Whoa,
We made it.
he finally finished Cross. Now, what is Brennan gonna do?
I don't know what he can do. If I were him, I would just get him off the stand as quick as possible.
Be done with him?
Yep.
Oh, fuck me. Look at all that.
Oh my God.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that.
Please do.
In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
Oh, show us.
To the Canton
Multiple?
Police Department
Yeah.
Sallyport
other one?
interior back wall. Where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly.
No way. Like I said before, that the doorway was probably on the right.
So these cameras have a lens on them that inverts them.
That's what he's saying. They did a random audit and figured out that just some of the cameras have this lens, not all, just some.
Wow.
Hi, Mar. Hi, Dante. His last words, it did not present itself while he was actually presenting to AJ. Hi, Matt.
And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton.
Oh my God, he's going off of the audit report.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
Is that your final answer? You're like I'm on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Oh, jeez.
Strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
So he can't bring up the other ones found in the audit, as he should be.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
Bet it's yellow.
Like introduce a copy of that?
Show it. I bet you it's yellow. So then the defense can say, why is this timestamp yellow? And the other one is blue.
Exhibit 123.
Where's Helena? Bring Helena back in here.
When
All-
you provided
All the ones
the,
that she randomly found later, all those bits and pieces of the Sallyport, those are the yellow ones.
Yep.
video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
Oh,
To
fuck.
show that it had not been manipulated or altered.
No,
Okay, but that's not the problem. The problem is not that it exists in an inverted fashion. The problem is that you showed it to a jury and tried to suggest it wasn't inverted. That's the problem.
That's number one problem. Number two is they also testified that the reason they didn't have all of the footage was because it was only stored for 30 days, which came up in the pretrial motions about how did Rafferty come up with all of these other fucking clips, you know, after the first trial, when supposedly the Sallyport only lasted for 30 days. So how the fuck would you, after you realize it's inverted in 2024, did you also go back and find all of these clips to show you that it's been inverted from
Also-
before that?
Exactly.
In any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was the video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes,
And is that before January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Like to approach and move to introduce this?
Okay.
Exhibit 123.
Is the timestamp going to be yellow, Teresa?
If it's fucking yellow, I don't even know. The fucking shenanigans.
Do you know how
going
many
on here.
cameras are inside the Sally port?
Don't care.
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sally port.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
Why do they even have that camera? You can't see shit.
I had you look at this before. Do you recognize what that is?
Why does he have little photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Sally Port Videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
The healthcare of the camera. What's the healthcare data of the camera?
When you saw
Original
that
myself.
photograph, you later saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
What?
Is that the right terminology? Do you clarify a video?
Probably not. Enhanced is probably more appropriate.
Yeah, I'm thinking like I don't know. That's why I'm like I don't think that's the right word, but maybe I'm incorrect on that one. Susie thinks you have a photographic memory.
I don't know. I think they said it was my ADHD because like I'm only that way with things that I like. I can't like just look at anything. Like if I'm not interested in it, then I can't. But if I am interested, then yes.
Did Sarah Hyde think of butter when she was asked about clarifying? It's the theory of clarification.
She was clearly very hungry when she testified. Hank starved her.
No shit.
Hank looks like a child in his father's suit.
Can you see?
Fucking little rat.
On that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's Sally Port clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you.
That's what they say. It's clarified.
I don't believe this at all.
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
Why is this laggy for me? I don't have my microphone turned in.
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport, and could you take us to about 5:35?
Yes, Betterow was right. And since Hank is starting with this, I'm going to go ahead and guess that he's not going to go back and try to fix all the other things.
As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please.
Why is it so glitchy? Do I have to restart my computer?
It's not glitchy over here. I have to run to the restroom, but I don't want to miss the yellow.
Did you obtain video of
be right
outside the
back.
Sally Port to show
Okay.
what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, it did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sally Port video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I would move this into evidence.
No objection.
Hank is so boring. Like, what even is this? He's just trying to enter stuff into evidence. And nobody say shit about it.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sally Port?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sally Port.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael
No
Parker
dash.
with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No,
Now, Hank,
Know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No,
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
no, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
how would you
don't
know that if you didn't see
have
them?
memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you
How, if you weren't
arrived
there?
at the Sally Port, at the camp,
He remembers that, but he doesn't remember the text exchange about buying gifts for Proctor.
Well, and Hank is like making a non-point. Like he's saying, okay, so you followed her SUV all the way to the Sally Port from Dighton. You didn't turn off and go to 34 Fairview. It's like, sir, nobody even said that. What the whole you have to know by now that what they're suggesting is that they broke it at the Sally Port and then brought it over to Fairview. So saying we didn't make any stop at Fairview on the way to the Sally Port is like, everybody already knows this. Nobody said you
Right.
did.
No, yeah, it's definitely from the Sally Port to the plate to 34 Fairview.
And your whole drive, so you're in a vehicle that doesn't have a dash cam, and then your whole drive from Dighton to Canton, you're driving directly behind the tow truck, and nobody at any point decided to take their phone out and take a photograph of the back of the car
Right.
that's
Ever.
damaged. Even when you get there, like somebody was there taking photos of the front of the vehicle. Why didn't he take photos of the back of the vehicle? That doesn't make any
Where there's
sense.
actual fucking damage. Well, the tow truck driver's taking it just to have the license plate and stuff to show that he delivered the car.
Okay, but where is his? Okay, where's that photo?
Great question. We don't have any of that.
If you remember, there was a recording, and I shared it on my Twitter, a recording of the tow truck driver on the phone with some guy.
What's he saying?
And he said there was no damage to that taillight.
Oh. Well, why wouldn't the defense put him on then?
I don't know. Maybe they will. Actually, I do think there's someone on here now from Diamond Towing.
Is Hank married? I have no idea. If he is, I feel really bad for his wife, just like I do Lolly's wife. Now those two wives sitting outside in a snowstorm talking and venting about their husbands would not surprise me.
Police department with the defendant's Lexus. What was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
Oh, the tow truck driver is on here on the defense witness list.
Police
they
department. Were
call him?
any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area,
starting my
remember
computer
how
over.
long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive,
No.
a 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
He's not liking the terminology that Brennan's using, trying to manipulate the jury.
May I?
Yes.
Well, you
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview
really
Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
I learned that the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sally Port, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Tell me which one's the right rear taillight. Which photo's the right rear taillight? Find that one. The right rear taillight.
Okay, what are we doing? Why are we getting quiet? Okay, that is not the picture from what he saw in there. This is after they went in.
While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sally Port area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Existing.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson.
Can I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sally Port, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sally Port?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From
Why
what
didn't you
you
take a
saw,
picture?
was the damage you saw when you
Yeah.
looked at the car for the first time in the Sally Port area any different than the damage?
Bukaki, why didn't you take one fucking photo of anything? Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. Delana, I would say yes, but you could probably do it on a 1.52 speed. But it's definitely worth listening to Jackson finish off cross on Bukaki.
That appears on this Exhibit 13.
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at
Oh my God.
5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And
Oh
what
my
did you
God.
see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow.
Yes,
Did you study that video as well?
yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct.
This seems to be a big point on social media right now, that the lights actually would not show white. Have you guys all watched that video where the person's like showing the light? And so I'm very curious about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what her lights are replaced with. I don't know.
Well, the defense should bring it up.
Yeah, unless they know
Like
that.
if the bulbs are red, they should bring that up. If it breaking where it was said to have broken would make no light come on, then they should bring that up. I don't know.
So I'm under the impression that the lights would be white, and the reflector of the red is what makes it red. So there's a video, I'll see if I can pull it up to show you guys, that shows that the lights are actually red, and so there's no way to make it white. So what you're seeing on the ring footage of Karen leaving where it shows white is not accurate, because it wouldn't even show white.
Well, and if it's white, then when it pulls further down the driveway and she hits her brakes, why does it light up red?
Why is it red?
Right.
So, and that's a huge point for that video since it's been released, is everybody that's pro-guilt talks about the white part, and everybody that's pro-innocent talks about the red part. But can't ignore the fact that there is both. And why is there both? Did somebody fuck with it? Is it just a reflection off of the snow with the light in the housing? I don't know.
I remember last year so the video that they have from like daytime of her backing out, they had that, and then the one from 507 at the exact spot where it's like pulling forward, where Hank says that you can see the missing spot. And they put them side by side. They put them side by side, and they looked the same. In daytime, when we know it's not broke, and now. And it's like when it's further up a little bit, or maybe it's about right there. I could try to find the comparison.
Well, this is the Be in Trouble 31's video.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm thinking of was from last year.
Oh, it was? Okay.
And it was just a still.
I'll play a little bit of this so then you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this is and I just put the channel link in the comments here. This is Be in Trouble 31.
About the right rear taillight.
I think her interior is tan.
Yes.
What do you notice?
Actually,
It's
let me look.
showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play when you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times. Did you ever see?
This is their video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just going through testimony about it.
At that point, missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color?
You're muted.
Darn it. This is the video from Be in Trouble 31 that talks about the taillight. So I'm playing it. Yeah, sorry, I thought I had said it, but maybe I didn't. So yeah, this is their video. I'm playing it real quick so we can talk about this whole thing with the taillights and what you guys think.
Was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you
Interior
ever see
is
a
tan.
missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Yeah.
If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 20th? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play
It still looks amber.
Yeah.
And then here it looks like nothing,
Right.
not white. See right there. How would it light up red if the things weren't?
See, this is what they're wanting us to believe, that with the red lens over the taillight, this is what it would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Bulb, lens. See, it's red. That's how a lot of taillights are.
That's what I thought.
The bulb is behind it. The lens makes it red with the lens missing. The white light shining through, just like Hank Brennan says. But in real life, this is what the taillight really looks like. I put that white bulb and lit it up and taped it to the front of the taillight to set an example of what they say it looks like.
Wow. So the lights are
There's no
amber.
light inside of this taillight anywhere. See, the lens is clearly broken.
And it's still
right there, and you
red.
can still see the red LEDs underneath that other clear plastic.
Mm-hmm.
It is all red LEDs except for the turn signal right there, which is yellow.
And that's missing. The thing over that is missing entirely.
It makes no difference with the red cover over it or not. The red cover has zero to do with the light. Makes the red light shine is this clear bubbly plastic. This is called the diffuser.
Which did break.
Yep.
The
Yes.
bubbles are in there, so it disperses the light better. Watch out. All of a sudden starts lighting up. It'll just start
everything
lighting
around it
up, and
open
if
up?
I click it into place, now that whole piece is lit up. Once that plastic diffuser is broken, it's like a fiber optic cable. Even if you put another piece up to it, it lights up a little bit, but it never lights up like a whole diffuser. Once it's cracked, it looks like that. And it stays that way unless you replace this whole piece. Because once this is cracked, it's done. There's no more. It stops right where the crack is. But the light is still going down there.
It's not white.
See how my fingers lit up? That light travels down the diffuser. But Karen's car is missing half of the one, and it's missing this whole one.
Wow.
It stops. It just goes dark just by pulling the plastic away.
So it would be dark. It would not be white.
Simple as that. This is the actual tail light that I used in the 25 mile an hour arm hit. Tail light versus arm. Only 4 pieces broke off of this tail light.
Oh, he used the same tail. Okay, I don't know. You guys probably haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's the exact same taillight she has.
No, he does the hold on.
With the arm with the bones.
Yeah, with the arm with the bone and the gel on the outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys see that?
Yeah, it breaks the arm like I knew it would.
Totally breaks the arm in multiple places. It's a skeleton arm. Yeah. Well, let me see if I can show you.
And in that video, you can see the front wheel spinning.
Yeah. So
And the only way that could happen is if the
drives against it at 25
traction
miles an
control
hour.
was turned off. It's did film this weekend.
Oh, is it?
Tournament this weekend.
Looks like it broke his elbow in half.
Yeah, that's just when we were preparing. You got to go over and check out the channel. They got a lot of cool stuff on it about the case, and here it is. This is
Here comes the beginning of the end.
Arm versus tail light. Here we go.
And that only broke it into 4 pieces, not 47.
Yeah, and the taillight breaks into 4. Yeah, 4 pieces. Check that out.
Right on this corner piece, I hit about right here. But if I would have gotten a higher hit, it might not have busted it at all. It would have cracked it, but it wouldn't have broke that whole section off the bottom. But I've got the bottom reinforced.
Yeah, true crime edition. I don't know. There's some
I've
cool
got the sides
videos.
reinforced. I've got the top
Okay, so the one that you were showing in the other video is from that. So here, I want to show you guys the arm first.
And this has been people's opinion, is that, well, not opinion, but people have been saying this a lot, is that those taillights are made to not shatter. They're made to break off in big pieces like that.
Right.
But not shatter into a bunch of tiny little pieces.
Tiny pieces. And not it hits so hard that it shatters into a bunch of tiny pieces, but doesn't break John's bones. That's the part.
I mean, you saw how fast that car, I mean, you saw how hard that hit at 25 miles per hour. There is no way it would not break the bones in his arm.
Right.
None. Zero. Even if his arm is like this and he takes it all right here, it's breaking it. I'm sorry.
He's got a cracked, broken elbow.
And that's hard to do. Break your elbow.
Yeah. Those 2 bones in the forearm are completely in 2.
Mm-hmm.
It was just from the impact. His wrist is broken. See the bone dislodged.
Shatters
right
the drinking glass in his hand, but doesn't break a single bone in his hand.
That knuckle is damaged.
Yeah, no.
But the fractures right here, those are definitely from the impact, and the broken elbow is definitely from the impact.
I can't even explain to you how difficult it is. Your elbows and your knees, how difficult it is to break your elbows and your elbow and your knees, because it's multiple bones that meet at one joint. Like, you got to hit it just right and it will. And if his arm was bent, if that's the whole theory, or like this, I mean, that have broke his shoulder too. I mean, it would have, there's multiple places that would have broke his bones, and it didn't break a single one or bruise him at all.
Or no whatsoever.
Just as a medical person, I just really can't.
How does his arm end up with scratches across that distance of his arm? Even if it's up together, then they don't match each other. The scratches still don't match each other, even if the arm is folded. And then still nothing broken again.
No. If there's anybody on the, like, for me, let's forget all the other things, like literally all the other things. If I am on the jury, his injuries for me are enough for me to be like, unless the Commonwealth gives me another way that she did it, I can't, because there's no way that he got hit by that car and it didn't, especially when you're going to tell me it was that fast. She was going that fast.
Yeah. That's why I am interested to see how Welcher testifies and how Welcher's going to get it so that his injuries can be consistent with this car crash. Because I mean,
well, I think
it doesn't make sense to me.
I think he's gonna tell us how the accident could have happened like that. But the good thing about ARCA is they have, the one person who can tell you this is how the damage was caused on the taillight. This is what happened. And then you have the other person that says his injuries are not consistent with the damage that's on the taillight. Like, I think Welcher's going to do one, but not the other. Does that make any sense? He's going to be like, it could, do that, but he's not going to take into account, like, from a medical standpoint, like, Brunchler is what is he? I forget what he is specifically, but he's the one that deals with the human body. And I don't think Welcher does that.
Okay. So maybe they will have to bring the two guys on.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think they need both. I mean, probably could Wolf testify to it? Maybe. I don't really think so. No, I think Rentschler would have to. Because he's
Alright.
the one that's like, you know, about anatomy and things like that. And then
Yeah.
Wolf does like the sciencey stuff that says the builds potato guns and stuff.
The potato gun builder.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean. I know I took us on a little field trip, so I just thought those were really cool. I was watching them yesterday.
That's good to know. If the defense knows that, I don't know why they wouldn't bring that up.
Right. Well, that was my thing because I'm of the belief like it's like my car, and obviously that it's got a white. It's white, and then the red is what reflects it. So I'm curious on
A
what
lot
her
do.
car. You know, like they should be able to see what was on the left side to match it to the right side. You know what I mean?
Do you notice like when they go on their view that the entire housing is gone, so they can't even see like the bulbs and stuff?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. But
would say
if they know what's on the left side, then they could compare that to the right side.
But they won't. Who?
The defense.
Oh yeah, they should know for sure. But
right. They had
They
their
also-
expert go out there, and that's when they found out that the housing unit was, or that they had taken everything out except for the housing unit. Like that's how they feel. That's how they found out was when their expert went to the Sallyport to look at it and take pictures. But I wonder if they ever looked at the other side because there is no white then.
I doubt they let it, I doubt they let them take the other side apart. I doubt it.
Hmm.
So
All right, back to Bukaki.
Number of.
I hope he's not running over him already.
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content.
Oh my God.
Did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection.
That form of sustained.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
This is so dumb.
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation. And I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
What is Hank doing?
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you
This
ever
is so
socialized?
weird.
Wait,
No.
wait.
You said you knew who he was.
I knew who he was. I was not
I wasn't
friendly with him. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
What?
What are we even doing? I don't know what is Hank even?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was. Fucking idiot. You're so fucking stupid.
Nicole Albert.
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe. Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe. Did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
Funny, Hank, you didn't even call Julie.
Did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was,
Yes.
and you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him.
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that
Oh,
time?
God.
I'll sustain it.
Did you have
It
any
was so bizarre. This is so
loyalty or
bizarre.
friendship with him?
I'll allow that.
It's bizarre.
I did not know.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military,
Yes, I was.
served the president?
Yes.
And so at this point,
What does that matter?
how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did
Talking
not
about
know.
integrity.
Who cares? I think it's been painted quite clear. He has none.
Call did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Sustain.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was
Sending
found.
you a picture,
And
Teresa.
also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them,
But they're not witnesses to John's location because the only person out of those that saw him supposedly was Jennifer.
Right.
He just said they were
All
witnesses
they're-
to his location.
They're not witnesses. They're all they're trying to say is that they're witnesses to the lack of location, that he never came in the house, which is what he testified to before. All right, let me show this picture Sleuthie just sent me. Indiana girl. No, that's Berkowitz on 130. I'm 99.9% positive that's Berkowitz on 130. That 130 picture. Okay. Just need to get this to open. For whatever reason, it wants to not open.
I'm gonna have to go to the bus stop here in a minute.
Oh yeah, you do. Okay. Well, let's go through this first. Okay, so prior to 1/29/2022, here is her tail light.
And they did show this footage in the trial.
So then at 5:08, here's her tail light. And then once it's in MSP custody, here's her tail light.
So, but look at the one from
This has to do with this big chunk.
yeah, like look at that one and the next one. They're exactly the same.
Oh, so here's
The one before January 29th, and then the one after 29th is, or on the 29th is right next to it, and the shape is the same.
Right, but it's not here.
Right.
And then this is closer. So here you can see the same little rounded, and then here it's gone.
Yeah. So in my opinion, even just pulling up this side by side, if I was the defense, I'd say her taillight wasn't broken prior to the 29th, correct? Now the answer is obviously no. And then, well, then why does it look exactly the same? The piece you claim is missing is on it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So here, it's like, did you find these pieces at 34 Fairview? Because she never takes this car back to 34 Fairview. And we know the pieces are here at 5:08 in the morning.
Yeah. And we know
So-
they did. Supposedly they did.
Yeah. When you rebuild this tail light.
They rebuild the entire thing except for the part where the turn signal is. Literally, they rebuild the entire thing.
It's crazy.
But that means a lot to me to see them side by side.
Yeah.
Prior to the 29th and then on the 29th, because you can't tell me that it's missing anything, because if it's not broken prior to the 29th, it looks exactly the same.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Thank you for sending that.
Mm-hmm.
You separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
Separated them, of course.
Speak to them.
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house?
They were all
rather than
standing there
bring them
listening to each
the
other.
station under these circumstances?
Yeah, for real.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event, finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable
Brian Albert
scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about seeing...
Yeah, they wouldn't have any reason to lie.
Was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Objection. Just whether you know.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
What did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
Objection. I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
How'd you do that?
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
He spent 3 decades in law
After
enforcement.
speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital and make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
Objection.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
We can approach.
See, everything that he's testifying to is we did this because somebody else told somebody else this. Because he says, like, he got that information from Jen McCabe from her phone call, but that phone call isn't to him. That phone call is to Proctor. So then Proctor tells him. So it's Jen McCabe to Proctor to Bukkake, and then Bukkake makes decisions.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
I said all that with myself on mute, didn't I? Son of a bitch. I said by this point he'd already called Dighton. He'd already had them told them that he was having the vehicle seized because he believed it was involved in a homicide, and he did not at all care about her trauma. He wanted to go there to get her vehicle. That's what he was there for. He didn't go interview her at her parents' house because of that. He was worried that if he called her into the station, that her dad or her brother or somebody else was going to drive her, and she wasn't going to bring the fucking car. Fucking liar, pants on fire.
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go
None
to
of those
Canton,
fucking witnesses are going to tell you that.
any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
Yeah, this guy died in my front yard. Looks like he got the shit beat out of him. You believe that he was involved in a domestic dispute? Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that I was fucking mad at him, or that we got in any type of argument, or that my friend got in an argument with him. Fuck no. Come on.
Talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
It's okay to wait almost 3 years to write.
Did you engage in
fucking idiot
tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he participated. Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know. Yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Garino. I saw.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know. Yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Moron.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you learn any statements from him after the statements that you'd already learned?
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement,
See?
simply to show that the
It's
information.
whole fucking testimony.
To the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
I believe he
So,
doesn't even know.
Talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was
Liar.
that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Liar.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report,
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
potentially.
Yes. Yeah,
Hey,
that
Brooke.
varies, buddy. Like he takes the fire truck to the kids' parade for her. Or the kids' festival or whatever the fuck it was.
Handing you a document, I do not want you to read from it. I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
After reviewing the report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022, about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
He's already testified.
Jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement.
Oh my God.
Simply to show that this information was provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
Yeah, put these fucking people on the stand and then they can say what they fucking said. I'm tired of this guy. I am tired of them trying to get everything in through him.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police, were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and we're attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert.
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and
You didn't interview
considering
Nicole.
all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
Okay, I'm gonna have a real fucking problem here. He literally just said after speaking to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, which he didn't speak to Nicole Albert, number one. Number two, he's saying, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into the home? You fucking idiots. Nobody ever checked the inside of the home to see if there was any evidence. Like, shut the fuck up.
There was not.
He never went inside the fucking house. Yeah, Higgins did testify last trial that he saw a guy with a tall guy with brown hair in the house.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And when
was.
you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Did you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
I'm going to allow it. Oh, remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
We have to keep coming back to that, I guess.
Statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form
What?
the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Lawfern. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
What are you going to say? What are you going to say?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified?
Do we forget Proctor tried to say no one plowed the road?
Lawfern, before you actually spoke to him.
Lawfern?
With regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car.
He didn't ask if it was Proctor.
And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
So now the jury can say,
did you speak to a Brian?
now the jury can ask themselves, wait, this was the only one they had an audio recording of?
Yeah. Oh, now you know how to record stuff? Oh, that's interesting. Didn't record it of anybody else.
Yep.
Just this guy that you didn't know anything about supposedly for so long.
Albert Jr. Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
Wait, so did he literally just throw Proctor under the bus right there? And just say if there was anything planted, then it was Proctor, but Proctor's fired, so it doesn't really matter because the original pieces, the 6/7 pieces that were found that night, are all that are actually putting into evidence and talking about. The rest that are found by Proctor are irrelevant because they were found by Proctor and nobody was with Proctor when he found them. Is that what I just heard?
I could see him saying something really fucking stupid like that.
That's what I'm picking up from what they're putting down right now. is that Proctor, we're not talking to you about all those pieces that Proctor found because Proctor was there by himself.
I wondered if that's why that Ashley Valier and stuff hasn't come up, and nobody from the crime lab for DNA on the taillight and all that stuff, like
Right.
her coming up to show how she put the taillight back together. Like, I wonder if they're not going to do any of that.
I wonder. Okay, so you guys are here. Okay, you guys are hearing it the way I'm hearing it too.
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence.
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Really?
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8th, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
I was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you,
Okay, how does he remembers all these fucking dates now and exactly who's with who? Come on.
you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do.
Really? We're showing us more taillight on redirect?
I have to come up now because it's not brought up on cross. Hmm.
Seven 13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
How's he putting something in evidence he didn't
Describe
collect?
what is in that bag, and if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
If
The
necessary.
description is 1 large piece of plastic, red in color, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show.
They're allowing him to put it into evidence because Brennan did not bring it up on direct, but it was brought up on cross. So now that Jackson brought it up, they're going to let him bring it in on direct or on redirect. Because now it's out there and now it can come in.
This one's labeled 22-02-184 7-13 as the bag. And this is letter number or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo. This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please? Let's take one at a time, please.
7/14 and 7/15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 714 and then A. This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just
Okay.
describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 7-15 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Were 7-14 and 7-15 the two separate bags both found on February 11th, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Exhibit 130.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir.
Oh shoot, I gotta go. I didn't even realize what time it was. Son of a biscuit eating bulldog.
I wondered
I
how
wasn't
far.
paying attention. Yeah, I got we're at negative 40, 50 something. They're going through all the pieces of the stuff. Shit, good thing I looked at the clock.
Do you still have it up?
Yeah. It's like negative 50. It's like he's cutting through all the what's his name?
Well, let me share. I don't know which piece he.
Let me tell you what he's saying. The big corner piece is what he's at. The big chunk.
Right there?
Could show it to me? No, it's bigger than that.
Well, now he's sitting. Oh, now he's standing up. All the sitting and standing. Poor Yuri.
Yeah, it's a big chunk. It might be this one.
It's probably where I was, and then I
Someone
thought
having
it's not. It was too far.
Wax paper.
Wax paper.
Like, go back a little further.
Right here.
Yep, that's it. That's where I am.
Okay.
That big piece. Got it. Okay, I'll be back. I got to pick up both
Okey-dokey.
kids. I may have to end it while you're in here, but I'll hop on through my phone.
Okay. I mean, we have. Well, I don't know how long.
Okay. Well, I'll be listening, so I'll know.
Yeah, I think we still have like 40 minutes or something. Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Limbs number 715 and the letter A. This is two pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but.
Very well. If you can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
That would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
Do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Why are we looking at taillight pieces again? Like, this is so boring.
It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, can we just do it? Do we have to show them? I'm going to turn it up a little bit.
Thank you.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir.
I hope Proctor has a clean suit because I'd be calling him. That's a huge piece.
This one's labeled B. Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No, no.
Do you know where those labels in the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They label, identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation.
So Ashley Valier, who we have not called.
Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf.
This is in 1.25.
And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Piece of plastic. Oh, okay. Are we done?
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
$531. Looks like he's going fast. $531.11. Who's that?
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
Okay, but who was that? Why didn't you
depicts-
say who it is? Is that a cop? $531.26.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sally Port?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve
Not more.
Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
I have to go over and get it.
You don't have it. I'm sorry.
I can just right across.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground.
Okay. But if the snow is melting, wouldn't they then keep going towards the ground as the snow is melting? Are they supposed to just float and suspend in the air wherever they were when they were placed there? Like, that's just stupid.
Or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
I could have 99C. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Where even is that? Is that like at the
And if you
curb?
could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85.
Is this
Take
like
the item out of the bag, please, sir.
the brand
Yes, sir.
hat or what? Like, what is this? Speed it up, Frankie. His jeans? What are we doing?
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Oh, yes. Bring up the grass stains.
Yes, the grass stains on the left,
Ah,
Objection.
the appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did
mhm.
that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left
But
glute, transferring green staining onto his pants.
and his
Are
butt
you,
wasn't
or do you
bruised.
know from your investigation the amount of snow?
So he landed on the grass and it caused grass stains like that. Absolutely not. If I'm the defense, I'm standing up. The grass stains plus the fact that that pocket's half tore off would suggest somebody was dragging him.
That was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants? I have just a few final questions for you.
I hope.
Kenneth.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that
Are
the
you trying to-
information he was providing better be true and accurate or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
How would he know?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Your Honor, that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification. I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. Identification number is that?
I still have yet to see a single tooth.
My apologies. I'll need to look. I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
No, it's actually marked. It was EE now.
Oh, it was introduced.
It was.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
was.
realize that this has
By
been
the
introduced
defense.
as Exhibit 150. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder? Mr.
Oh my
O'Keefe?
God.
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
What?
No objection, Your Honor.
He said that these are the
Did you
texts
find any?
between
Hold on.
Higgins and the defendant.
32.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry.
I'm assuming those are Higgins and John, not the defendant.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So-
Trooper Buchanan, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find
You
any
absolute
evidence
moron.
shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank God.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
Sure.
Is it going to be another 3 days now?
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
No, there's no object. What?
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
So you're allowed to say that that's suspicious when it's not the defendant. So I don't know what that was sustained for. Yes, he's allowed to suggest that that's bizarre.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because it wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you were investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe?
Or come clean.
Because of jealousy.
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that show that there was a mutual interest, right? He just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was,
He's not going
at
to
times
say
there
he
was
didn't want her.
flattering text messages from both sides. But your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's got to reach out to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see
You're an
in
idiot.
those text messages in your mind a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous, as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all
All
night
day.
long and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
Yeah, for what?
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins's state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look.
You watched the video. You said
We'd
you
be
didn't.
strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated, you see that, detective, as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't
That's
see
all we
it.
need.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
Play the tape.
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. Did you see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar?
And then pointed outside.
That I remember, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Wait,
here.
outside.
Very reasonable since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did
Okay.
it look, in your opinion, that was just a, hey, let's go together? Or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside? Or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm, which is weird.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together.
Mhm.
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
Why would they?
Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer? do you think?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me 10 minutes.
Okay. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break at 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring him back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
So the jurors want to stay to finish listening to him, to Jackson cross him. That's a good sign for the defense, in my opinion.
You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your
So they're following for sure, or they would want to leave.
word for it.
Okay.
Interesting.
You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
Of course.
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong.
Right.
You intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, right?
Objection.
Somebody hits their head, somebody has a seizure.
It's beyond the scope, so we'll go on.
Beyond the scope, up your ass.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
So who
Do you
told you
recall
taillight pieces were
ever
found?
being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe, as opposed to a large piece of red taillight?
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you
So I'm going to read this to you. So this is from Sue. Jess is not there. I don't guess because she hasn't tweeted at all. Jackson asking about Higgins having a motive to murder. What about a motive to confront? Buchanan says Reed was pursuing Higgins. The laughing juror is now laughing again with his glasses at the end of his nose looking at Buchanan. One of the most stoic jurors is slightly smiling. One has her chin up, eyebrows up, looking at Buchanan. Judge Canoni allows the question of how a night of Jameson and Gingers might impact that. Several jurors nod. Buchanan doesn't remember the image of Albert putting his hands on Higgins. Jackson is physically acting out the video. Buchanan is having a hard time remembering what he saw. The men on this jury who were paying less visible attention are paying very close attention now. One is biting his lip. Jurors are now being polled if they want to go past 4. They all agree. Jackson asking about if Buchanan remembers what he told the CERT team, what he was told the CERT team recovered. No, I don't think we got to that yet, so I'm just going to wait. But what do you guys think about that? Judge Canoni allows the question of how a night of Jameson and Gingers might impact that. Several jurors nod. Buchanan doesn't remember the image of Albert putting his hands on Higgins. Yeah, and I'm not going to read them because we've not gotten to he's about to get to this, but like they're still actively taking notes. All jurors agreed to go past 4. So that's, I mean, I think they probably do want to get this dude off the stand. Like they're hoping that if they stay for this extra however many minutes that maybe he'll never come back again. But I don't know, man. This shit is boring. I would be like my eyes would roll into the back of my head the minute they started pulling more taillight pieces out.
Recall that the CERT team, or where
And by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
and do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we
As a matter
interviewed.
of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report
Okay.
from earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that, that was an apparent grass stain and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from?
Nah.
Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
Nah.
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
that. Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt,
Could be.
could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green.
Some
different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
Yes.
I've never dragged anybody, so I from my experience,
Oh,
I can't
was
tell
he?
you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never
Have you ever been dragged?
But you're a homicide investigator, right?
Wait.
You're a homicide investigator.
My experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator.
Oh! He said, I didn't ask you if you've ever dragged anybody. You never murdered anybody, and you're a homicide investigator.
That's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
Wrong.
And he had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an angle.
Uh,
Dragged through a crease spot. It was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
Yes, you can.
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it.
In fact, if it's the left pocket, the left shoe is the one that he lost. So were he being dragged more on the left side, it would be the left pocket. He might lose the left shoe.
It is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
Yes, everyone in the world knows that.
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive form here,
Men get drunk and fight.
You've heard of beer muscles.
Yeah.
That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
What?
Beer guts? Ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Beer
Having the
muscle.
guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage.
There you go. That's one
What
too.
does liquid courage mean?
Giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
Beverly,
Judge. I won't be much longer.
it's been like 5 minutes since she asked the last time.
You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been drinking
The jury doesn't
most
like
of the
it.
afternoon
Don't
and
look at
evening
them.
that night, or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he
They didn't
changed
tell you
clothes
they
and
were
took a
drinking
shower.
all
Went to the
day?
hillside before he went to the waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
Uh-huh.
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
Wow.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
At the time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay? And you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino
Doubtful.
during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Talk to him
No.
about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone.
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
Beverly.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may.
If the jury says that they want to stay, shut your mouth and let him finish.
As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32 and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
So the answer is.
The answer was?
No, I'm not aware of that.
What did you investigate?
All right.
Oh, he's done.
I appreciate you staying late, so to the lieutenant, we do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with the
Regard it.
reviews received tomorrow.
Good rise to the jury.
Thanks.
All right, I want to make sure there's nothing. Nope.
29th, 2022.
No redirect. So Buchanan says he never dragged anyone. Jackson says you never murdered anyone. You investigate murders. Jurors are taking notes. Jackson asks if drinking alcohol increases the chances of getting into an altercation. Buchanan can't say. Jackson asks if he heard of beer guts. Says he's heard of beer gut. Courtroom chuckles. Buchanan offers liquid courage. Judge Cannoni asks Jackson to move along. Jackson says he's trying. She has an eye on the clock and the jury. They are all still paying close attention. Jackson said, finally. The judge said, are you done? You said, finally. A few more questions. Jackson establishes that Buchanan did not know O'Keefe's phone moves 36 steps. Jackson's done. Buchanan is done. Jurors dismissed. And then there's a sidebar. So is this like, why am I so big? Like, is it because I'm used to just seeing me and Teresa? I mean, that's a little better. Good grief. Also, like, why am I getting like blurry? I think we've had enough today. The jury is not sequestered, and no, he's not coming back tomorrow. Trying to see what else. No, Lacey, we're safe tomorrow. He's not coming back. Okay, Teresa. I feel like the chat is not going normal. Who is next? I do not know. Let me look. I'm thinking I don't see anybody saying. Yeah.
So no more Yuri? I don't understand how there's no redirect. There's no way Brennan's going to let that go.
I think we just need to. I think Bev just made that decision. She made an executive decision, and he just doesn't have a choice.
Right? That's so crazy to me.
Because she's like, okay. And then she said, like, she didn't even say, are you guys done with him or whatever? She was just like, you don't have to come back tomorrow. She's tired of seeing his face.
I thought she's let him redirect anybody that he wants to. And this time she's like, you're not coming back tomorrow. She's like, I'm tired of fucking looking at you.
Yeah,
I need Wolf back on the stand.
Yeah, that's been annoying me. Her letting him just jump in.
All right. Well, are you ready to wrap it up, or are you going to stay on for a minute? I got to drive to the next kid's school.
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean I thought that was a great recross. I thought he did
Me
a
too.
great job.
I think he made really good points in terms of like, well, and first of all, and I'm surprised he didn't ask, but maybe he didn't because he knows that Buchanan is trash and he would probably come up with and invent some type of motive. But like, I don't see any motive with Karen's text messages either with John. So like, it's odd to me. I mean, I guess I know based on Hank's motion this morning that he does think the texts show motive because he thinks they were in like a domestic violence situation. But,
True.
you know, maybe then they wouldn't ask. But I think he made a really good point, and I think it's probably something that all the jurors, like only a dummy who's not trying to, or who only a dummy who is trying to railroad Karen Reed, and therefore it cannot be anybody else, is going to be like, oh no, people don't, especially men, don't like drink a bunch of alcohol and then sometimes fight each other. I mean, he wasn't even really willing to admit that somebody die and it's an accident.
Right. I thought that the grass stain thing was good because even if Bukaki wants to deny that he doesn't think it's grass stains from being dragged, the jury's like, yeah, it could absolutely be fucking grass stains. Like if you're dragged across grass.
Yeah, I got the impression that they definitely were like, and like, also, you're the one that put it in their heads that it was grass stains because you're the one that said it.
Yeah. So now this whole being dragged absolutely makes sense. And then he's like, well, could you lose a shoe from being dragged? He's like, I don't know if you could lose a shoe from being dragged. I've never dragged anybody. Like, are you fucking dumb?
Dude, but Jackson is so quick though. Like with the clapbacks, like immediately, I mean, didn't miss a beat at all and was like, well, you never murdered anybody, but you're investigating murders.
Right. But here you are, a homicide detective.
So are we going to start earlier tomorrow?
Yeah, if you want to. You want to do, because they're back in normal time, right? So,
yeah.
Okay, so 7:15, which is 10:15, like an hour later. So they start at 9. You want to start at 10? Your time?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, I'll set it up when I get home. I'll just set it. I'll have to do the same thing like we did last week where I just drive and you run this shit.
I can do that.
Okay. All right. Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. And thank you, Sleuthie. You had to take on the whole day almost, so I appreciate it.
That's perfectly fine. Only for you though, Teresa.
It's because we want to do this together and we want to be able to watch it on our own terms.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and then we get our nights free. We don't have to, we can talk about other cases if we want to.
This is just way better. I'm just so grateful we chose to do this. Well,
yeah.
I'm grateful you chose to do it and I could just jump on with you because
No. I would not have done it without you. No. I'm grateful that you offered your assistance so that we could do it. This makes things so much easier. So we'll see you guys mañana for day 15 of the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. And we'll see who's next on the stand. Go enjoy the rest of your Monday, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Earlier tomorrow, don't forget, people.
Earlier tomorrow. Yeah, I'll set it up as soon as I get home so you guys can put your notifications on.
Okay.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.